Section 1 of Your Mind and How to Use It by William Walker Atkinson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algie Pug. Your Mind and How to Use It, a Manual of Practical Philosophy by William Walker Atkinson. It is not enough merely to have a sound mind. One must also learn how to use it if he would become mentally efficient. Published by the Elizabethtown Company, Holyoke, Massachusetts. Chapter 1. What is the Mind? Psychology is generally considered to be the science of mind, although more properly it is the science of mental states, thoughts, feelings, and acts of volition. It was formerly the custom of writers on the subject of psychology to begin by an attempt to define and describe the nature of mind, before proceeding to a consideration of the subject of the various mental states and activities. But more recent authorities have rebelled against this demand and have claimed that it is no more reasonable to hold that psychology should be held to an explanation of the ultimate nature of mind than it is that physical science be held to an explanation of the ultimate nature of matter. The attempt to explain the ultimate nature of either is futile. No actual necessity exists for explanation in either case. Physics may explain the phenomena of matter, and psychology the phenomena of mind, without regard to the ultimate nature of the substance of either. The science of physics has progressed steadily during the past century, notwithstanding the fact that the theories regarding the ultimate nature of matter have been revolutionized during that period. The facts of the phenomena of matter remain, notwithstanding the change of theory regarding the nature of matter itself. Science demands and holds fast to facts, regarding theories as but working hypotheses at the best. Someone has said that theories are but the bubbles with which the grown-up children of science amuse themselves. Science holds several well-supported, though opposing, theories regarding the nature of electricity, but the facts of the phenomena of electricity and the application thereof are agreed upon by the disputing theorists. And so it is with psychology. The facts regarding mental states are agreed upon, and methods of developing mental powers are effectively employed, without regard to whether mind is a product of the brain, or the brain merely an organ of the mind. The fact that the brain and nervous system are employed in the phenomena of thought is conceded by all, and that is all that is necessary for a basis for the science of psychology. Disputes regarding the ultimate nature of mind are now generally passed over to the philosophers and metaphysicians, while psychology devotes its entire attention to studying the laws of mental activities and to discovering methods of mental development. Even philosophy is beginning to tire of the eternal why and is devoting its attention to the how phase of things. The pragmatic spirit has invaded the field of philosophy, expressing itself in the words of Professor William James, who said, "Pragmatism is the attitude of looking away from first things, principles, categories, supposed necessities, and of looking forward toward last things, fruits, consequences, facts." Modern psychology is essentially pragmatic in its treatment of the subject of the mind. Leaving to metaphysics the old arguments and disputes regarding the ultimate nature of mind, it bends all its energies upon discovering the laws of mental activities and states, and developing methods whereby the mind may be trained to perform better and more work, to conserve its energies, to concentrate its forces. To modern psychology, the mind is something to be used, not merely something about which to speculate and theorize. While the metaphysicians deplore this tendency, the practical people of the world rejoice. Mind defined. Mind is defined as the faculty or power whereby thinking creatures feel, think, and will. This definition is inadequate and circular in nature, but this is unavoidable, for mind can be defined only in its own terms, and only by reference to its own processes. Mind, except in reference to its own activities, cannot be defined or conceived. It is known to itself only through its activities. Mind without mental states is a mere abstraction, a word without a corresponding mental image or concept. Sir William Hamilton expressed the matter as clearly as possible when he said, "What we mean by mind is simply that which perceives, thinks, feels, wills, and desires. Without the perceiving, thinking, feeling, willing, and desiring, it is impossible to form a clear conception or mental image of mind. Deprived of its phenomena, it becomes the merest abstraction." Think about that which thinks. Perhaps the simplest method of conveying the idea of the existence and nature of the mind is that attributed to a celebrated German teacher of psychology, who was wont to begin his course by bidding his students think of something, his desk, for example. Then he would say, "Now, think of that which thinks about the desk." Then, after a pause, he would add, "This thing which thinks about the desk, and about which you are now thinking, is the subject matter of our study of psychology." The professor could not have said more had he lectured for a month. Professor Gordy has well said on this point: "The mind must either be that which thinks, feels, and wills, or it must be the thoughts, feelings, and acts of will of which we are conscious. Mental facts, in one word. But what can we know about that which thinks, feels, and wills? And what can we find out about it? Where is it? You will probably say, in the brain. But if you are speaking literally, if you say that it is in the brain, as a pencil is in the pocket, then you must mean that it takes up room, that it occupies space, and that would make it very much like a material thing. In truth, the more carefully you consider it, the more plainly you will see what thinking men have known for a long time, that we do not know and cannot learn anything about the thing which thinks, and feels, and wills. It is beyond the range of human knowledge. The books which define psychology as the science of mind have not a word to say about that which thinks, and feels, and wills. They are entirely taken up with these thoughts and feelings and acts of the will. Mental facts, in a word, trying to tell us what they are, and to arrange them in classes, and tell us the circumstances or conditions under which they exist. It seems to me that it would be better to define psychology as the science of the experiences, phenomena, or facts of the mind, soul, or self, of mental facts, in a word. In view of the facts of the case, and following the example of the best of the modern authorities, in this book we shall leave the consideration of the question of the ultimate nature of mind to the metaphysicians, and shall confine ourselves to the mental facts, the laws governing them, and the best methods of governing and using them in the business of life. The classification and method of development to be followed in this book is as follows. 1. The mechanism of mental states, that is, the brain, nervous system, sense organs, etc. 2. The fact of consciousness and its planes. 3. Mental processes or faculties, that is, 1. Sensation and perception. 2. Representation or imagination and memory. 3. Feeling or emotion. 4. Intellect or reason and understanding. 5. Will or volition. Mental states depend upon the physical mechanism for manifestation, whatever may be the ultimate nature of mind. Mental states, whatever their special character, will be found to fit into one of the above 5 general classes of mental activities. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. The mechanism of mental states. The mechanism of mental states, the mental machinery by means of which we feel, think, and will, consists of the brain, nervous system, and the organs of sense. No matter what may be the real nature of the mind, no matter what may be the real nature of mind, no matter what may be the theory held regarding its activities, It must be admitted that the mind is dependent upon this mechanism for the manifestation of what we know as mental states. Wonderful as is the mind, it would seem to be dependent upon this physical mechanism for the expression of its activities, and this dependence is not upon the brain alone, but also upon the entire nervous system. The best authorities agree that the higher and more complex mental states are but an evolution of simple sensation, and that they are dependent upon sensation for their raw material of feeling and thought. Therefore, it is proper that we begin by a consideration of the machinery of sensation. This necessitates a previous consideration of the nerves. The nerves. The body is traversed by an intricate system of nerves, which has been likened to a great telegraph system. The nerves transmit sensations from the various parts of the body to the great receiving office of the brain. They also serve to transmit the motor impulses from the brain to the various parts of the body, which impulses result in motion of appropriate parts of the body. There are also other nerves with which we have no concern in this book, but which perform certain physiological functions, such as digestion, secretion, excretion, and circulation. Our chief concern at this point is with the sensory nerves. The sensory nerves convey the impressions of the outside world to the brain. The brain is the great central station of the sensory nerves, the latter having countless sending stations in all parts of the body, the wires terminating in the skin. When these nervous terminal stations are irritated or excited, they send to the brain messages calling for attention. This is true not only of the nerves of touch or feeling, but also of those concerned with the respective senses of sight, smell, taste, and hearing. In fact, the best authorities hold that all the five senses are but an evolution of the primary sense of touch or feeling. The sense of touch. The nerves of the sense of touch have their ending in the outer covering or skin of the body. They report contact with other physical objects. By means of these reports, we are aware not only of contact with the outside object, but also of many facts concerning the nature of that object, as, for instance, its degree of hardness, roughness, etc., and its temperature. Some of these nerve ends are very sensitive, as for example those of the tip of the tongue and finger ends, while others are comparatively lacking in sensitiveness, as, for illustration, those of the back. Certain of these sensory nerves confine themselves to reporting contact and degrees of pressure, while others concern themselves solely with reporting the degrees of temperature of the objects with which their ends come in contact. Some of the latter respond to the higher degrees of heat, while others respond only to the lower degrees of cold. The nerves of certain parts of the body respond more readily and distinctly to temperature than do those of other parts. To illustrate, the nerves of the cheek are quite responsive to heat impressions. The sense of sight. The nerves of the sense of sight terminate in the complex optical apparatus which, in popular terminology, is known as the eye. What is known as the retina is a very sensitive nervous membrane which lines the inner back part of the eye, and in which the fibres of the optic nerve terminate. The optical instrument of the eye conveys the focused light vibrations to the nerves of the retina, from which the impulse is transmitted to the brain. But, contrary to the popular notion, the nerves of the eye do not gauge distances, nor form inferences of any kind. That is distinctly the work of the mind. The simple office of the optical nerves consists in reporting colour and degrees of intensity of the light waves. The sense of hearing. The nerves of the sense of hearing terminate in the inner part of the ear. The tympanum, or eardrum, receives the sound vibrations entering the cavities of the ear, and intensifying and adapting them, it passes them on to the ends of the auditory nerve in the internal ear, which conveys the sensation to the brain. The auditory nerve reports to the brain the degrees of pitch, intensity, quality, and harmony, respectively, of the sound waves reaching the tympanum. As is well known, there are certain vibrations of sound which are too low for the auditory nerve to register, and others too high for it to record. Both classes, however, capable of being recorded by scientific instruments. It is also regarded as certain that some of the lower animals are conscious of sound vibrations which are not registered by the human auditory nerves. The sense of smell. The nerves of the sense of smell terminate in the mucous membrane of the nostrils. In order that these nerves report the odour of outside objects, actual contact of minute particles of the object with the mucous membrane of the nostrils is necessary. This is possible only through the passage through which the nostrils of air containing these particles. Mere nearness to the nostril will not suffice. These particles are, for the most part, composed of tenuous gases. Certain substances affect the olfactory nerves much more than do others, the difference arising from the chemical composition of the substance. The olfactory nerves convey the report to the brain. The sense of taste. The nerves of the sense of taste terminate in the tongue, or rather, in the tiny cells of the tongue which are called taste buds. Substances taken into the mouth chemically affect these tiny cells, and an impulse is transmitted to the gustatory nerves, which then report the sensation to the brain. The authorities claim that taste sensations may be reduced to five general classes, that is, sweet, bitter, sour, salty, and hot. There are certain nerve centres having important offices in the production and expression of mental states, located in the skull and in the spinal column, the brain and spinal cord, which we shall consider in the following chapter. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. The Great Nerve Centres. The great nerve centres which play an important part in the production and expression of mental states are those of the brain and spinal cord, respectively. The spinal cord. The spinal cord is that cord or rope of nerve substance which is enclosed in the spinal column or backbone. It leaves the lower part of the skull and extends downwards in the interior of the spinal column for about 18 inches. It is continuous with the brain, however, and it is difficult to determine where one begins and the other ends. It is composed of a mass of grey matter surrounded by a covering of white matter. From the spinal cord, along its length, emerge 31 pairs of spinal nerves, which branch out to each side of the body and connect with the various smaller nerves, extending to all parts of the system. The spinal cord is the great central cable of the nervous telegraphic system, and any injury to or obstruction of it cripples or paralyzes those portions of the body, the nerves of which enter the spinal cord below the seat of the injury or obstruction. Injuries or obstructions of this kind not only inhibit the sensory reports from the affected area, but also inhibit the motor impulses from the brain which are intended to move the limbs or parts of the body. The ganglia, or tiny brains. What are known as ganglia, or tiny bunches of nerve centres, are found in various parts of the nervous system, including the spinal nerves. These groups of nerve cells are sometimes called little brains and perform quite important offices in the mechanism of thought and action. The spinal ganglia receive sensory reports and issue motor impulses, in many cases without troubling the central brain regarding the matter. These activities are known as reflex nervous action. Reflex action. What is known as reflex nervous action is one of the most wonderful of the activities of the nervous and mental mechanism, and the knowledge thereof usually comes as a surprise to the average person, for he is generally under the impression that these activities are possible only to the central brain. It is a fact that not only is the central brain really a trinity of three brains, but that, in addition to these, everyone has a great number of little brains distributed over his nervous system, any and all of which are capable of receiving sensory reports and also of sending forth motor impulses. It is quite worthwhile for one to become acquainted with this wonderful form of neuromental activity. A cinder enters the eye. The report reaches a ganglion. A motor impulse is sent forth, and the eyelid closes. The same result ensues if an object approaches the eye but without actually entering it. In either case, the person is not conscious of the sensation and motor impulse until the latter has been accomplished. This is reflex action. The instinctive movement of the tickled foot is another instance. The jerking away of the hand burned by the lighted end of the cigar or pricked by the point of the pin is another instance. The involuntary activities and those known as unconscious activities result from reflex action. More than this, it is a fact that many activities originally voluntary become what is known as acquired reflexes, or motor habits, by means of certain nervous centres acquiring the habit of sending forth certain motor impulses in response to certain sensory reports. The familiar movements of our lives are largely performed in this way, as, for instance, walking, using knife and fork, operating typewriters, machines of all kinds, writing, etc. The squirming of a decapitated snake, the muscular movements of a decapitated frog, and the violent struggles, fluttering, and leaps of the decapitated fowl are instances of reflex action. Medical reports indicate that in cases of decapitation, even man may manifest similar reflex action in some cases. Thus we may see that we may feel and will by means of our little brains, as well as by the central brain or brains. Whatever mind may be, it is certain that in these processes it employs other portions of the nervous system than the central brain. The three brains. What is known as the brain of man is really a trinity of three brains, known respectively as 1, the medulla oblongata, 2, the cerebellum, and 3, the cerebrum. If one wishes to limit the mental activity to conscious intellectual effort, then and then only is he correct in considering the cerebrum or large brain as the brain. The medulla oblongata. The medulla oblongata is the enlargement of the spinal cord at the base of the brain. Its office is that of controlling the involuntary activities of the body, such as respiration, circulation, assimilation, etc. In a broad sense, its activities may be said to be of the nature of highly developed and complex reflex activities. It manifests chiefly through the sympathetic nervous system, which controls the vital functions. It does not need to call on the large brain in these matters ordinarily, and is able to perform its tasks without the plane of ordinary consciousness. The cerebellum. The cerebellum, also known as the little brain, lies just above the medulla oblongata, and just below the rear portion of the cerebrum or great brain. It combines the nature of a purely reflex centre on the one hand with that of habit mind on the other. In short, it fills a place between the activities of the cerebrum and the medulla oblongata, having some of the characteristics of each. It is the organ of a number of important acquired reflexes, such as walking, and many other familiar muscular movements, which have first been consciously acquired and then become habitual. The skilled skater, bicyclist, typist, or machinist depends upon the cerebellum for the ease and certainty with which he performs his movements without thinking of them. One may be said never to have thoroughly acquired a set of muscular movements, such as we have mentioned, until the cerebellum has taken over the task and relieved the cerebrum of the conscious effort. One's technique is never perfected until the cerebellum assumes control and direction of the necessary movements and impulses sent forth from below the plane of ordinary consciousness. The cerebrum. The cerebrum, or great brain, which is regarded as the brain by the average person, is situated in the upper portion of the skull and occupies by far the larger portion of the cavity of the skull. It is divided into two great divisions or hemispheres. The best of the modern authorities are agreed that the cerebrum has zones or areas of specialized functioning, some of which receive the sensory reports of the nerves and organs of sense, while others send forth the motor impulses which result in voluntary physical action. Many of these areas or zones have been located by science, while others remain as yet unlocated. The probability is that in time science will succeed in correctly locating the area or zone of each and every class of sensation and motor impulse. The cortex, the area of thought, memory, and imagination, has not been clearly located, except that these mental states are believed to have their seat in the cortex or outer thin rind of grey brain matter which envelops and covers the mass of brain substance. It is, moreover, considered probable that the higher processes of reasoning are performed in or by the cortex of the frontal lobes. The cortex of a person of average intelligence, if spread out on a flat surface, measures about 4 square feet. The higher the degree of intelligence possessed by a lower animal, or human being, as a rule, the deeper and more numerous are the folds or convolutions of the cortex, and the finer its structure. It may be stated, as a general rule, with but very few exceptions, that the higher the degree of intelligence in a lower animal or human being, the greater is the area of its cortex in proportion to the size of the brain. The cortex, it must be remembered, is folded into deep furrows or convolutions, the brain in shape, divisions, and convolutions resembling the inner portion of an English walnut. The interior of the two hemispheres of the cerebrum is composed largely of connective nerves which, doubtless, serve to produce and maintain the unity of function of the mental processes. While physiological psychology has performed great work in discovering brain centers and explaining much of the mechanism of mental processes, it has but touched the most elementary and simple of the mental processes. The higher processes have so far defied analysis or explanation in the terms of physiology. End of chapter 3. End of section 1. Section 2 of Your Mind and How to Use It by William Walker Atkinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Consciousness. The fact of consciousness is the great mystery of psychology. It is difficult even to define the term, although every person of average intelligence understands what is sought to be conveyed by it. Webster defines it as knowledge of one's own existence, sensations, mental operations, etc. Immediate knowledge or perception of any object, state, or sensation. Being aware. Being sensible of. Another authority defines the term as the state of being aware of one's sensations, the power, faculty, or mental image of being aware of one's own existence, condition at the moment, thoughts, feelings, and actions. Halleck's definition is that indefinable characteristic of mental states which causes us to be aware of them. It will be seen that the idea of awareness is the essence of the idea of consciousness. But, at the last, we are compelled to acknowledge that it is impossible to closely define consciousness, for it is something so entirely unique and different from anything else that we have no other terms at all synonymous to it. We can define it only in its own terms, as we have seen by reference to the definitions above given, and it is equally impossible to clearly account for its appearance and being. Huxley has well said, "How it is that anything so remarkable as a state of consciousness comes about by the result of irritating nervous tissue is just as unaccountable as the appearance of the genie when Aladdin rubbed his lamp." All that we can ever know regarding the nature of consciousness must be learned from turning the consciousness in ourselves back upon itself, by focusing consciousness upon its own mental operations by means of introspection. By turning inward the conscious gaze, we may perceive the flow of the stream of thought from its rise from the subconscious regions of the mind to its final disappearance in the same region. It is a common error to suppose that we are directly conscious of objects outside of ourselves. This is impossible, for there is no direct knowledge of such outside objects. We are conscious merely of our sensations of, or mental images of, the outside objects. All that is possible for us to be directly conscious of are our own mental experiences or states. We cannot be directly conscious of anything outside of our own minds. We are not directly conscious of the tree which we see. We are directly conscious merely of the sensation of the nerves arising from the impact of the light waves carrying the image of the tree. We are not directly conscious of the tree when we touch it and perceive its character in that way. We are directly conscious merely of the sensation reported by the nerves in the fingertips which have come in contact with the tree. We are directly conscious even of our own bodies only in the same way. It is necessary for the mind to experience that of which it may become conscious. We are conscious only of one, that which our mind is experiencing at this moment, or two, that which it has experienced in the past, and which is being re experienced this moment by the process of the memory, or which is being recombined or rearranged this moment by the imagination. Subconscious planes. But it must not be thought that every mental state or mental fact is in the field of consciousness. This error has been exploded for many years. The fact is now recognized that the field of consciousness is a very narrow and limited one, and that the great field of mental activity lies outside its narrow limit. Beyond and outside of the narrow field of consciousness lies the great subconscious storehouse of memory in which are stored the experiences of the past, to be drawn again into the field of consciousness by an effort of the will in the act of recollection, or by association in ordinary remembrance. In that great region also the mind manifests many of its activities and performs much of its work. In that great region are evolved the emotions and feelings which play such an important part in our lives, and which often manifest a vague, disturbing unrest long before they rise to the plane of consciousness. In that great region are produced the ideas, feelings, and conceptions which rise to the plane of consciousness and manifest that which men call genius. On the subconscious plane, the imagination does much of its work and startles its owner by presenting him with the accomplished result in the field of consciousness. In the subconscious field is performed that peculiar process of mental mastication, digestion, and assimilation with which all brain workers are familiar, and which absorbs the raw mental material given it, separates, digests, and assimilates it, and represents it to the conscious faculties some time after as a transformed substance. It has been estimated that at least 85% of our mental activities are performed below or outside of the field of consciousness. The psychology of today is paying much attention to this formerly neglected great area or areas of the mind. The psychology of tomorrow will pay still greater attention to it. The best of the modern authorities agree that in the great field of subconscious mentation is to be found the explanation of much that is unexplainable otherwise. In fact, it is probable that before long consciousness will be regarded as a mere focusing of attention upon mental states, and the objects of consciousness merely as that portion of the contents of the mind in the field of mental vision created by such focusing. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. Attention. Intimately connected with the object of consciousness is that process of the mind which we call attention. Attention is generally defined as the application of the mind to a mental state. It is often referred to as concentrated consciousness, but others have ventured the somewhat daring conjecture that consciousness itself is rather the result of attention, instead of the latter being an incident of consciousness. We shall not attempt to discuss this question here, except to state that consciousness depends very materially upon the degree of attention bestowed upon its object. The authorities place great importance upon the intelligent direction of the attention, and hold that without this the higher forms of knowledge are impossible. It is the common belief that we feel, see, hear, taste, and smell whenever objects affecting those senses come in contact with the organs of sense governing them. But this is only a partial truth. The real truth is that we become conscious of the report of these senses only when the attention is directed toward the sensation, voluntarily or involuntarily. That is to say, that in many cases, although the sense nerves and organs report a disturbance, the mind does not become consciously aware of the report unless the attention is directed toward it either by an act of will or else by reflex action. For instance, the clock may strike loudly, and yet we may not be conscious of the fact, for we are concentrating our attention upon a book. Or we may eat the choicest food without tasting it. We are listening intently to the conversation of our charming neighbour. We may fail to perceive some startling occurrence happening under our very eyes, for we are buried in deep thought concerning something far removed from the present scene. There are many cases on record showing that one may be so interested in speaking, thinking, or acting that he will not experience pain that would otherwise be intolerable. Writers have forgotten their pain in the concentrated interest bestowed upon their work. Mothers have failed to feel pain when their infants required urgent attention. Orators have been so carried away by their own eloquence that they have failed to feel the pricking of the pin by means of which their friends have sought to attract their attention. Not only perception and feeling depend largely upon attention, but the processes of reasoning, memory, and even of will depend upon attention for much of their manifestation. Psychologists divide attention into two general classes, that is, 1. Voluntary attention, and 2. Involuntary attention. Voluntary attention is attention directed by the will to some object of our own more or less deliberate selection. It requires a distinct effort of the will in order to focus the attention in this way, and many persons are scarcely aware of its existence, so seldom do they manifest it. Voluntary attention is the result of training and practice, and marks the man of strong will, concentration, and character. Some authorities go so far as to say that much of that which is commonly called willpower is really but a developed form of voluntary attention, the man of strong will holding before him the one idea which he wishes to realize. Involuntary attention, often called reflex attention, is attention called forth by a nervous response to some sense stimulus. This is the common form of attention, and is but the same form which is so strongly manifested by children whose attention is caught by every new object, but which cannot be held for any length of time by a familiar or uninteresting one. It is of the utmost importance that one should cultivate his power of voluntary attention. Not only is the willpower strengthened and developed in this way, but every mental faculty is developed by reason thereof. The training of the voluntary attention is the first step in mental development. Training the attention. That the voluntary attention may be deliberately trained and developed is a fact which many of the world's greatest men have proved for themselves. There is only one way to train and develop any mental power or faculty, and that is by practice and use. By practice, interest may be given to objects previously uninteresting, and thus the use of the attention develops the interest which further holds it. Interest is the natural road over which attention travels easily, but interest itself may be induced by concentrated attention. By studying and examining an object, the attention brings to light many new and novel features regarding the thing, and these produce a new interest, which in turn attracts further and continued attention. There is no royal road to the development of voluntary attention. The only true method is work, practice, and use. You must practice on uninteresting things, the primary interest being your desire to develop the power of voluntary attention. But as you begin to attend to the uninteresting thing, you will become interested in the task for its own sake. Take some object and place your mind upon it. Think of its nature, where it came from, its use, its associations, its probable future, of things related to it, etc., etc. Keep the attention firmly upon it and shut out all outside ideas. Then, after a little practice of this kind, lay aside the object for the time being and take it up again the next day, endeavouring to discover new points of interest in it. The main thing to be sought is to hold the thing in your mind, and this can be done only by discovering features of interest in it. The interest-loving attention may rebel at this task at first, and will seek to wander from the path into the green pastures which are found on either side thereof. But you must bring your mind back to the task again and again. After a time, the mind will become accustomed to the drill, and will even begin to enjoy it. Give it some variety by occasionally changing the objects of examination. The object need not always be something to be looked at. Instead, select some subject in history or literature and run it down, endeavouring to bring to light all the facts relating to it that are possible to you. Anything may be used as the subject or object of your inquiry. But what is chosen must be held in the field of conscious attention firmly and fixedly. The habit once acquired, you'll find the practice most fascinating. You will invent new subjects or objects of inquiry, investigation, and thought, which in themselves will well repay you for your work and time. But never lose sight of the main point, the development of the power of voluntary attention. In studying the methods of developing and training the voluntary attention, the student should remember that any exercise which develops the will result in developing the attention, and likewise, any exercise which develops the voluntary attention will tend to strengthen the will. The will and attention are so closely bound together that what affects one also influences the other. This fact should be borne in mind, and the exercises and practices based upon it. In practicing concentration of voluntary attention, it should be remembered that concentration consists not only of focusing the attention upon a given object or subject, but also of the shutting out of impressions from other objects or subjects. Some authorities advise that the student endeavour to listen to one voice among many, or one instrument among the many of a band or orchestra. Others advise the practice of concentrating on the reading of a book in a room filled by persons engaged in conversation, and similar exercises. Whatever aids in narrowing the circle of attention at a given moment tends to develop the power of voluntary attention. The study of mathematics and logic is also held to be an excellent practice in a concentration of voluntary attention, inasmuch as these studies require close concentration and attention. Attention is also developed by any study or practice which demands analysis of a whole into its parts, and then the synthesis or building up of a whole from its scattered parts. Each of the senses should play a part in the exercises, and in addition to this, the mind should be trained to concentrate upon some one idea held within itself, some mental image or abstract idea existing independently of any object of immediate sense report. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. Perception. It is a common mistake that we perceive everything that is reported to the mind by the senses. As a matter of fact, we perceive but a very small portion of the reports of the senses. There are thousands of sights reported by our eyes, sounds reported by our ears, smells reported by our nostrils, and contacts reported by our nerves of touch every day of our lives, but which are not perceived or observed by the mind. We perceive and observe only when the attention, reflex or voluntary, is directed to the report of the senses, and when the mind interprets the report. While perception depends upon the reports of the senses for its raw material, it depends entirely upon the application to the mind for its complete manifestation. The student usually experiences great difficulty in distinguishing between sensation and perception. A sensation is a simple report of the senses which is received in consciousness. Perception is the thought arising from the feeling of the sensation. Perception usually combines several sensations into one thought or percept. By sensation, the mind feels. By perception, it knows that it feels and recognizes the object causing the sensation. Sensation merely brings a report from outside objects, while perception identifies the report with the object which caused it. Perception interprets the reports of sensation. Sensation reports a flash of light from above. Perception interprets the light as starlight, or moonlight, or sunlight, or as the flash of a meteor. Sensation reports a sharp, pricking, painful contact. Perception interprets it as the prick of a pin. Sensation reports a red spot on a green background. Perception interprets it as a berry on a bush. Moreover, while we may perceive a simple single sensation, Our perceptions are usually of a group of sensations. Perception is usually employed in grouping sensations and identifying them with the object or objects causing them. In its identification, it draws upon whatever memory of past experiences the mind may possess. Memory, imagination, feeling, and thought are called into play, to some extent, in every clear perception. The infant has but feeble perception, but as it gains experience, it begins to manifest perceptions and form percepts. Sensations resemble the letters of the alphabet, and perception the forming of words and sentences from the letters. Thus, C, A, and T symbolize sensations, while the word cat, formed from them, symbolizes the perception of the object. It is held that all knowledge begins with sensation, that the mental history of the race or individual begins with its first sensation. But, while this is admitted, it must be remembered that sensation simply provides the simple elementary raw material of thought. The first process of actual thought, or knowledge, begins with perception. From our percepts, all of our higher concepts and ideas are formed. Perception depends upon the association of the sensation with other sensations previously experienced. It is based upon experience. The greater the experience, the greater is the possibility of perception, all else being equal. When perception begins, the mind loses sight of the sensation in itself, for it identifies it as a quality of the thing producing it. The sensation of light is thought of as a quality of the star. The pricking sensation is thought of as a quality of the pin or chestnut burr. The sensation of odour is thought of as a quality of the rose. In the case of the rose, the several sensations of sight, touch, and smell, in their impression of the qualities of colour, shape, softness, and perfume, are grouped together in the percept of the complete object of the flower. A percept is that which is perceived, the object of the act of perception. The percept, of course, is a mental state corresponding with its outside object. It is a combination of several sensations which are regarded as the qualities of the outside object, to which are combined the memories of past experiences, ideas, feelings, and thoughts. A percept, then, while the simplest form of thought, is seen to be a mental state. The formation of a percept consists of three gradual stages, that is, 1. The attention forms definite conscious sensations from indefinite nervous reports. 2. The mind interprets these definite conscious sensations and attributes them to the outside object causing them. 3. The related sensations are grouped together, their unity perceived, and they are regarded as qualities of the outside object. The plain distinction between a sensation and a percept may be fixed in the mind by remembering the following. A sensation is a feeling. A percept is a simple thought identifying one or more sensations. A sensation is merely the conscious recognition of an excitation of a nerve end. A percept results from a distinct mental process regarding the sensation. Developing perception. It is of the utmost importance that we develop and train our powers of perception, for our education depends very materially upon our perceptive power. What matters it to us if the outside world be filled with manifold objects if we do not perceive them to exist? Upon perception depends the material of our mental world. Many persons go through the world without perceiving even the most obvious facts. Their eyes and ears are perfect instruments, their nerves convey accurate reports, but the perceptive faculties of the mind fail to observe and interpret the report of the senses. They see and hear distinctly, but the reports of the senses are not observed or noted by them. They mean nothing to them. One may see many things, and yet observe but few. It is not upon what we see or hear that our stock of knowledge depends, so much as it does upon what we perceive, notice, or observe. Not only is one's stock of practical knowledge largely based upon developed perception, but one's success also depends materially upon the same faculties. In business and professional life, the successful man is usually he who has developed perceptive powers. he who has learned to perceive, observe, and note. The man who perceives and takes mental notes of what occurs in his world is a man who is apt to know things when such knowledge is needed. In this age of book education, we find that the young people are not nearly so observant as are those children who had to depend upon the powers of perception for their knowledge. The young Arab or Indian will observe more in an hour than the civilized child will in a day. To live in a world of books tends, in many cases, to weaken the powers of observation and perception. Perception may be developed by practice. Begin by taking notice of the things seen and heard in your usual walks. Keep wide open the eyes of the mind. Notice the faces of the people, their walk, their characteristics. Look for interesting and odd things, and you will see them. Do not go through life in a daydream, but keep a sharp lookout for things of interest and value. The most familiar things will repay you for the time and work of examining them in detail, and the practice gained by such tasks will prove valuable in your development of perception. An authority remarks that very few persons, even those living in the country, know whether a cow's ears are above, below, behind, or in front of her horns, nor whether cats descend from trees head first or tail first. Very few persons can distinguish between the leaves of the various kinds of familiar trees in their neighbourhood. Comparatively few persons are able to describe the house in which they live, at least beyond the most general features. The details are unknown. Houdin, the French conjurer, was able to pass by a shop window and perceive every article in it, and then repeat what he had seen. But he acquired this skill only by constant and gradual practice. He himself decried his skill and claimed that it was as nothing compared to that of the fashionable women who can pass another woman on the street and take in her entire attire, from head to foot, at one glance, and be able to describe not only the fashion and quality of the stuffs, but also say if the lace be real or only machine made. A former president of Yale is said to have been able to glance at a book and read a quarter of a page at one time. Any study or occupation which requires analysis will develop the power of perception. Consequently, if we will analyze the things we see, resolving them into their parts or elements, we will likewise develop the perceptive faculties. It is a good exercise to examine some small object and endeavour to discover as many different points of perception as possible, noting them on a sheet of paper. The most familiar object, if carefully examined, will yield rich returns. If two persons will enter into a contest of this kind, the spirit of rivalry and competition will quicken the powers of observation. Those who have had the patience and perseverance to systematically practice exercises of this kind report that they notice a steady improvement from the very start. But even if one does not feel inclined to practice in this way, it will be found possible to begin to take notice of the details of things one sees, the expressions of persons' faces, the details of their dress, their tone of voice, the quality of goods we handle, and the little things especially. Perception, like attention, follows interest, but likewise interest may be created in things by observing their details, peculiarities, and characteristics. The best knowledge gained by one is that resulting from his own personal perception. There is a nearness and trueness about that which is lacking in that he merely believes because he has read or heard it. One can make such knowledge a part of himself. Not only is one's knowledge dependent upon what he perceives, but his very character also results from the character of his percepts. The influence of environment is great. And what is environment but things perceived about one? It is not so much what lies outside of one, as what part of it gets inside of one by perception. By directing his attention to desirable objects and perceiving as much of them as is possible, one really builds his own character at will. The world needs good perceivers in all the walks of life. It finds a shortage of them and is demanding them loudly, being willing to pay a good price for their services. The person who can voluntarily perceive and observe the details of any profession, business, or trade will go far in that vocation. The education of children should take the faculty of perception into active consideration. The kindergarten has taken some steps in this direction, but there is much more to be done. End of chapter 6. End of section 2. Section 3 of Your Mind and How to Use It by William Walker Atkinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7 Memory. Psychologists class as representative mental processes those known as memory and imagination, respectively. The term representation is used in psychology to indicate the processes of re-presentation or presenting again to consciousness that which has formerly been presented to it, but which afterwards passed from its field. As Hamilton says, the general capability of knowledge necessarily requires that, besides the power of evoking out of unconsciousness one portion of our retained knowledge in preference to another, we possess the faculty of representing in consciousness what is thus evoked. Memory is the primary representative faculty or power of the mind. Imagination depends upon memory for its material, as we shall see when we consider that faculty. Every mental process which involves the remembrance, recollection, or representation of a sensation, perception, mental image, thought, or idea previously experienced must depend upon memory for its material. Memory is the great storehouse of the mind in which are placed the records of previous mental experiences. It is a part of the great subconscious field of mental activity, and the greater part of its work is performed below the plane of consciousness. It is only when its results are passed into the field of consciousness that we are aware of its existence. We know memory only by its works. Of its nature we know but little, although certain of its principal laws and principles have been discovered. It was formerly customary to class memory with the various faculties of the mind, but later psychology no longer so considers it. Memory is now regarded as a power of the general mind, manifesting in connection with every faculty of the mind. It is now regarded as belonging to the great subconscious field of mentation, and its explanation must be sought there. It is utterly unexplainable otherwise. The importance of memory cannot be overestimated. Not only does a man's character and education depend chiefly upon it, but his very mental being is bound up with it. If there were no memory, man would never progress mentally beyond the mental state of the newborn babe. He would never be able to profit by experience. He would never be able to form clear perceptions. He would never be able to reason or form judgments. The processes of thought depend for material upon the memory of past experiences. This material lacking, there can be no thought. Memory has two important general functions. Those are 1. The retention of impressions and experiences, and 2. The reproduction of the impressions and experiences so retained. It was formerly held that the memory retained only a portion of the impressions and experiences originally noted by it. But the present theory is that it retains every impression and experience which is noted by it. It is true that many of these impressions are never reproduced in consciousness, but experiments tend to prove, nevertheless, that the records are still in the memory and that appropriate and sufficiently strong stimuli will bring them into the field of consciousness. The phenomena of somnambulism, dreams, hysteria, delirium, approach of death, etc., show that the subconscious mind has an immense accumulation of apparently forgotten facts, which unusual stimuli will serve to recall. The power of the memory to reproduce the retained impressions and experiences is variously called remembrance, recollection, or memory. This power varies materially in various individuals, but it is an axiom of psychology that the memory of any person may be developed and trained by practice. The ability to recall depends to a great extent upon the clearness and depth of the original impression, which in turn depends upon the degree of attention given to it at the time of its occurrence. Recollection is also greatly aided by the law of association, or the principle whereby one mental fact is linked to another. The more facts to which a given fact is linked, the greater the ease by which it is recalled or remembered. Recollection is also greatly assisted by use and exercise. Like the fingers, the memory cells of the brain become expert and efficient by use and exercise, or stiff and inefficient by lack of the same. In addition to the phases of retention and reproduction, there are two important phases of memory, that is, 3, recognition of the reproduced impression or experience, and 4, localization of the impression or its reference to a more or less definite time and place. The recognition of the recalled impression is quite important. It is not enough that the impression be retained and recalled. If we are not able to recognize the recalled impression as having been experienced before, the recollection will be of but little use to us in our thought processes. The purposes of thought demand that we shall be able to identify the recalled impression with the original one. Recognition is really recognition, re-knowing. Recognition is akin to perception. The mind becomes conscious of the recalled impression just as it becomes conscious of the sensation. It then recognizes the relation of the recalled impression to the original one, just as it realizes the relation of the sensation to its object. The localization of the recalled and recognized impression is also important. Even if we recognize the recalled impression, it will be of comparatively little use to us unless we are able to locate it as having happened yesterday, last week, last month, last year, 10 years ago, or at some time in the past, and as having happened in our office, house, or in such and such a place in the street, or in some distant place. Without the power of localization, we should be unable to connect and associate the remembered fact with the time, place, and persons with which it should be placed to be of use and value to us in our thought processes. Retention. The retention of a mental impression in the memory depends very materially upon the clearness and depth of the original impression, and this clearness and depth, as we have previously stated, depend upon the degree of attention bestowed upon the original impression. Attention, then, is the important factor in the forming and recording of impressions. The rule is slight attention, faint record; marked attention, clear and deep record. To fix this fact in the mind, the student may think of the retentive and reproductive phases of memory as a phonographic record. The receiving diaphragm of the phonograph represents the sense organs, and the recording needle represents the attention. The needle makes the record on a cylinder deep or faint according to the condition of the needle. A loud sound may be recorded but faintly if the needle is not properly adjusted. And further, it must be remembered that the strength of the reproduction depends almost entirely upon the clearness and depth of the original impression on the cylinder. As is the record, so is the reproduction. It will be well for the student to carry this symbol of the phonograph in his mind. It will aid him in developing his powers of memory. In this connection, we should remember that attention depends largely upon interest. Therefore, we would naturally expect to find that we remember interesting things far more readily than those which lack interest. This supposition is borne out in actual experience. This accounts for the fact that everyone remembers a certain class of things better than he does others. One remembers faces, another dates, another spoken conversation, another written words, and so on. It will be found, as a rule, that each person is interested in the class of things which he most easily remembers. The artist easily remembers faces and details of faces, or scenery and details thereof. The musician easily recalls passages or bars of music, often of a most complicated nature. The speculator easily recalls the quotations of his favourite stocks. The racing man recalls, without difficulty, the odds posted on a certain horse on a certain day, or the details of a race which was run many years ago. The moral is, arouse and induce an interest in the things which you wish to remember. This interest may be aroused by studying the things in question, as we have suggested in a preceding chapter. Visualization in memory. Many of the best authorities hold that original impressions may be made clear and deep, and the process of reproduction accordingly rendered more efficient by the practice of visualizing the thing to be remembered. By visualizing is meant the formation of a mental image of the thing in the imagination. If you wish to remember the appearance of anything, look at it closely, with attention, and then, turning away from it, endeavor to reproduce its appearance as a mental picture in the mind. If this is done, a particularly clear impression will be made in the memory, and when you recall the thing, you will find that you will also recall the clear mental image of it. Of course, the greater the number of details observed and included in the original mental image, the greater the remembered detail. Perception in memory. Not only is attention necessary in forming clear memory records, but careful perception is also important. Without clear perception, there is a lack of detail in the retained record, and the element of association is lacking. It is not enough to merely remember the thing itself. We should also remember what it is and all about it. The practice of the methods of developing perception, given in a preceding lesson, will tend to develop and train the retentive, reproductive, recognitive, and locative powers of the memory. The rule is, the greater the degree of perception accorded a thing, the greater the detail of the retained impression, and the greater the ease of the recollection. Understanding and memory. Another important point in acquiring impressions in memory is this, that the better the understanding of the subject or object, the clearer the impressions regarding it, and the clearer the recollection of it. This fact is proved by experiment and experience. A subject which will be remembered only with difficulty under ordinary circumstances will be easily remembered if it is fully explained to the person and accompanied by a few familiar illustrations or examples. It is very difficult to remember a meaningless string of words, while a sentence which conveys a clear meaning may be memorized easily. If we understand what a thing is for, its uses and employment, we remember it far more easily than if we lack this understanding. Elbringhaus, who conducted a number of experiments along this line, reports that he could memorize a stanza of poetry in about 1/10 the time required to memorize the same amount of nonsense syllables. Gordy states that he once asked a capable student of the Johns Hopkins University to give him an account of the lecture to which he had just listened. "I cannot do it," replied the student. "It was not logical." The rule is, the more one knows about a certain thing, the more easily is that thing remembered. This is a point worth noting. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. Memory continued. The subject of memory cannot be touched upon intelligently without a consideration of the law of association, one of the important psychological principles. The law of association. What is known in psychology as the law of association is based on the fact that no idea exists in the mind except in association with other ideas. This is not generally recognized, and the majority of persons will dispute the law at first thought. But the existence and appearance of ideas in the mind are governed by a mental law as invariable and constant as the physical law of gravitation. Every idea has associations with other ideas. Ideas travel in groups, and one group is associated with another group, and so on, until, in the end, every idea in one's mind is associated directly or indirectly with every other idea. Theoretically, at least, it would be possible to begin with one idea in the mind of a person and then, gradually, unwind his entire stock of ideas like the yarn on the ball. Our thoughts proceed according to this law. We sit down in a brown study and proceed from one subject to another until we are unable to remember any connection between the first thought and the last. But each step of the reverie was connected with the one preceding and the one succeeding it. It is interesting to trace back these connections. Poe based one of his celebrated detective stories on this law. The reverie may be broken into by a sudden impression from outside, and we will then proceed from that impression, connecting it with something else already in our experience and starting a new chain of sequence. Often we fail to trace the associations governing our ideas, but the chain is there nevertheless. One may think of a past scene or experience without any apparent cause. A little thought will show that something seen, or a few notes of a song floating to the ears, or the fragrance of a flower, has supplied the connecting link between the past and the present. A suggestion of mignonette will recall some past event in which the perfume played a part. Someone's handkerchief, perhaps, carried the same odour, or an old familiar tune reminds one of someone, something, or some place in the past. A familiar feature in the countenance of a passer-by will start one thinking of someone else who had that kind of a mouth, that shaped nose, or that expression of the eye, and away he will be off in a sequence of remembered experiences. Often the starting idea, or the connecting links, may appear but dimly in consciousness, but rest assured they are always there. In fact, we frequently accept this law unconsciously and without realizing its actual existence. For instance, one makes a remark, and at once we wonder, how did he come to think of that? And if we are shrewd, we may discover what was in his mind before he spoke. There are two general classes of association of ideas in memory. Those are 1. Association of contiguity, and 2. Logical association. Association of contiguity is that form of association depending on the previous association in time or space of ideas which have been impressed on the mind. For instance, if you met Mr. and Mrs. Wetterhorn and were introduced to them one after the other, thereafter you will naturally remember Mr. W when you think of Mrs. W, and vice versa. You will naturally remember Napoleon when you think of Wellington, or Benedict Arnold when you think of Major Andre, for the same reason. You will also naturally remember B and C when you think of A. Likewise, you will think of abstract time when you think of abstract space, of thunder when you think of lightning, of colic when you recall green apples, of love-making and moonlit nights when you think of college days. In the same way, we remember things which occurred just before or just after the event in our mind at the moment, of things near in space to the thing of which we are thinking. Logical association depends upon the relation of likeness or difference between several things thought of. Things thus associated may have never come into the mind at the same previous time, nor are they necessarily connected in time and space. One may think of a book, and then proceed, by association, to think of another book by the same author, or of another author treating of the same subject. Or he may think of a book directly opposed to the first, the relation of distinct difference causing the associated idea. Logical association depends upon inner relations, and not upon the outer relations of time and space. This innerness of relation between things not connected in space or time is discovered only by experience and education. The educated man realizes many points of relationship between things that are thought by the uneducated man to be totally unrelated. Wisdom and knowledge consist largely in the recognition of relations between things. Association in memory. It follows from a consideration of the law of association that when one wishes to impress a thing upon the memory, he should, as an authority says, multiply associations. Entangle the fact you wish to remember in a net of as many associations as possible, especially those that are logical. Hence the advice to place your facts in groups and classes in the memory. As Blackie says, nothing helps the mind so much as order and classification. Classes are always few, individuals many. To know the class well is to know what is most essential in the character of the individual, and what burdens the memory least to retain. Repetition in memory. Another important principle of memory is that the impressions acquire depth and clearness by repetition. Repeat a line of poetry once, and you may remember it. Repeat it again, and your chances of remembering it are greatly increased. Repeat it a sufficient number of times, and you cannot escape remembering it. The illustration of the phonograph record will help you to understand the reason of this. The rule is constant repetition deepens memory impressions. Frequent reviewing and recalling what has been memorized tends to keep the records clear and clean, besides deepening the impression at each review. General rules of memory. The following general rules will be of service to the student who wishes to develop his memory. Making impressions. 1. Bestow attention. 2. Cultivate interest. 3. Manifest perception. 4. Cultivate understanding. 5. Form associations. 6. Repeat and review. Recalling impressions. 1. Endeavour to get hold of the loose end of association and then unwind your memory ball of yarn. 2. When you recall an impression, send it back with energy to deepen the impression and attach it to as many new associations as possible. 3. Practice a little memorizing and recalling each day, if only a line of verse. The memory improves by practice and deteriorates by neglect and disuse. 4. Demand good service of your memory, and it will learn to respond. Learn to trust it, and it will rise to the occasion. How can you expect your memory to give good service when you continually abuse it and tell everyone of the wretched memory I have? I can never remember anything. Your memory is very apt to accept your statements as truth. Our mental faculties have an annoying habit of taking us at our word in these matters. Tell your memory what you expect it to do. Then trust it and refrain from abusing it and giving it a bad name. Final advice. Finally, remember this rule. You get out of your memory only that which you place in it. Place in it good, clear, deep impressions, and it will reproduce good, clear, strong recollections. Think of your memory as a phonographic record, and take care that you place the right kind of impressions upon it. In memory you reap that which you have sown. You must give to the memory before you can receive from it. Of one thing you may rest assured, namely, that unless you take sufficient interest in the things to be remembered, you will find that the memory does not take sufficient interest in them to remember them. Memory demands interest before it will take interest in the task. It demands attention before it will give attention. It demands understanding before it will give understanding. It demands association before it will respond to association. It demands repetition before it will repeat. The memory is a splendid instrument, but it stands on its dignity and asserts its rights. It belongs to the old dispensation. It demands compensation and believes in giving only in equal measure to what it receives. Our advice is to get acquainted with your memory and make friends with it. Treat it well, and it will serve you well, but neglect it, and it will turn its back on you. End of chapter 8. End of section 3. Section 4 of Your Mind and How to Use It by William Walker Atkinson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Imagination. The imagination belongs to the general class of mental processes called the representative faculties, by which is meant the processes in which there are represented, or presented again, to consciousness impressions previously presented to it. As we have indicated elsewhere, the imagination is dependent upon memory for its materials, its records of previous impressions. But imagination is more than mere memory or recollection of these previously experienced and recorded impressions. There is, in addition to the representation and recollection, a process of arranging the recalled impressions into new forms and new combinations. The imagination not only gathers together the old impressions, but also creates new combinations and forms from the materials so gathered. Psychology gives us many hair-splitting definitions and distinctions between simple reproductive imagination and memory, but these distinctions are technical and as a rule perplexing to the average student. In truth, There is very little, if any, difference between simple reproductive imagination and memory, although when the imagination indulges in constructive activity, a new feature enters into the process which is absent in pure memory operations. In simple reproductive imagination, there is simply the formation of the mental image of some previous experience, the reproduction of a previous mental image. This differs very little from memory, except that the recalled image is clearer and stronger. In the same way, in ordinary memory, in a manifestation of recollection, there is often the same clear, strong mental image that is produced in reproductive imagination. The two mental processes blend into each other so closely that it is practically impossible to draw the line between them, in spite of the technical differences urged by the psychologists. Of course, the mere remembrance of a person who presents himself to one is nearer to pure memory than to imagination, for the process is that of recognition. But the memory or remembrance of the same person when he is absent from sight is practically that of reproductive imagination. Memory, in its stage of recognition, exists in the child mind before reproductive imagination is manifested. The latter, therefore, is regarded as a higher mental process. But still higher in the scale is that which is known as constructive imagination. This form of imagination appears at a later period of child mentation and is regarded as a later evolution of mental processes of the race. Gordy makes the following distinction between the two phases of imagination. The difference between reproductive imagination and constructive imagination is that the images resulting from reproductive imagination are copies of past experience, while those resulting from constructive imagination are not. To learn whether any particular image or combination of images is a product of reproductive or constructive imagination, all we have to do is to learn whether or not it is a copy of a past experience. Our memories, of course, are defective, and we may be uncertain on that account, but apart from that, we need be in no doubt whatever. Many persons, hearing for the first time the statement of psychologists that the imaginative faculties can represent and reproduce or recombine only the images which have previously been impressed upon the mind, are apt to object that they can, and frequently do, image things which they have not previously experienced. But can they, and do they? Is it not true that what they believe to be original creations of the imagination are merely new combinations of original impressions? For instance, no one ever saw a unicorn, yet someone originally imagined its form. But a little thought will show that the image of the unicorn is merely that of an animal having the head, neck, and body of a horse, with the beard of a goat, the legs of a buck, the tail of a lion, and a long tapering horn, spirally twisted, in the middle of the forehead. Each of the several parts of the unicorn exists in some living animal, although the unicorn, composed of all these parts, is non-existent outside of fable. In the same way, the centaur is composed of the body, legs, and tail of the horse, and the trunk, head, and arms of a man. The satyr has the head, body, and arms of a man, with the horns, legs, and hooves of a goat. The mermaid has the head, arms, and trunk of a woman, joined at the waist to the body and tail of a fish. The mythological devil has the head, body, and arms of a man, with the horns, legs, and cloven foot of the lower animal, and a peculiar tail composed of that of some animal, but tipped with a spearhead. Each of these characteristics is composed of familiar images of experience. The imagination may occupy itself for a lifetime turning out impossible animals of this kind, but every part thereof will be found to correspond to something existent in nature and experienced by the mind of the person creating the strange beast. In the same way, the imagination may picture a familiar person or thing acting in an unaccustomed manner, the latter having no basis in fact, so far as the individual person or thing is concerned, but being warranted by some experience concerning other persons or things. For instance, one may easily form the image of a dog swimming under water like a fish, or climbing a tree like a cat. Likewise, one may form a mental image of a learned, bewigged High Chancellor, or a venerable Archbishop of Canterbury, dressed like a clown, standing on his head, balancing a coloured football on his feet, sticking his tongue in his cheek, and winking at the audience. In the same way, one may imagine a railroad running across a barren desert, or a steep mountain, upon which there is not as yet a rail laid. The bridge across a river may be imaged in the same way. In fact, this is the way that everything is mentally created, constructed, or invented, the old materials being combined in a new way and arranged in a new fashion. Some psychologists go so far to say that no mental image of memory is an exact reproduction of the original impression, that there are always changes due to the unconscious operation of the constructive imagination. The constructive imagination is able to tear things to pieces in search for material, as well as to join things together in its work of building. The importance of the imagination in all the processes of intellectual thought is great. Without imagination, man could not reason or manifest any intellectual process. It is impossible to consider the subject of thought without first regarding the processes of imagination. And yet, it is common to hear persons speak of the imagination as if it were a faculty of mere fancy, useless and without place in the practical world of thought. Developing the imagination. The imagination is capable of development and training. The general rules for development of the imagination are practically those which we have stated in connection with the development of the memory. There is the same necessity for plenty of material, for the formation of clear and deep impressions and clear-cut mental images, the same necessity for repeated impression and the frequent use and employment of the faculty. The practice of visualization, of course, strengthens the power of the imagination as it does that of the memory, the two powers being intimately related. The imagination may be strengthened and trained by deliberately recalling previous impressions and then combining them into new relations. The materials of memory may be torn apart and then recombined and regrouped. In the same way, one may enter into the feelings and thoughts of other persons by imagining one's self in their place and endeavouring to act out in imagination the life of such persons. In this way, one may build up a much fuller and broader conception of human nature and human motives. In this place, also, we should caution the student against the common waste of the powers of the imagination and the dissipation of its powers in idle fancies and daydreams. Many persons misuse their imagination in this way, and not only weaken its power for effective work, but also waste their time and energy. Daydreamers are notoriously unfit for the real practical work of life. Imagination and ideals. And finally, the student should remember that in the category of the imaginative powers must be placed that phase of mental activity which has so much to do with the making or marring of one's life, the formation of ideals. Our ideals are the patterns after which we shape our life. According to the nature of our ideals is the character of the life we lead. Our ideals are the supports of that which we call character. It is a truth, old as the race, and now being perceived most clearly by thinkers, that indeed, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. The influence of our ideals is perceived to affect not only our character, but also our place and degree of success in life. We grow to be that of which we have held ideals. If we create an ideal, either of general qualities, or else these qualities as manifested by some person living or dead, and keep that ideal ever before us, we cannot help developing traits and qualities corresponding to those of our ideal. Careful thought will show that character depends greatly upon the nature of our ideals. Therefore, we see the effect of the imagination in character building. Moreover, our imagination has an important bearing on our actions. Many a man has committed an imprudent or immoral act which he would not have done had he been possessed of an imagination which showed him the probable results of the action. In the same way, many men have been inspired to great deeds and achievements by reason of their imagination picturing to them the possible results of certain action. The big things in all walks of life have been performed by men who had sufficient imagination to picture the possibilities of certain courses or plans. The railroads, bridges, telegraph lines, cable lines, and other works of man are the results of the imagination of some men. The good fairy godmother always provides a vivid and lively imagination among the gifts she bestows upon her beloved godchildren. Well did the old philosopher pray to the gods, and withal, give unto me a clear and active imagination. The dramatic values of life depend upon the quality of the imagination. Life without imagination is mechanical and dreary. Imagination may increase the susceptibility to pain, but it pays for this by increasing the capacity for joy and happiness. The pig has but little imagination, little pain, and little joy. But who envies the pig? The man with a clear and active imagination is in a measure a creator of his world, or at least a re-creator. He takes an active part in the creative activities of the universe, instead of being a mere pawn pushed here and there in the game of life. Again, the divine gift of sympathy and understanding depends materially upon the possession of a good imagination. One can never understand the pain or problems of another unless he first can imagine himself in the place of the other. Imagination is at the very heart of sympathy. One may be possessed of great capacity for feeling, but owing to his lack of imagination, may never have this feeling called into action. The person who would sympathize with others must first learn to understand them and feel their emotions. This he can do only if he has the proper degree of imagination. Those who reach the heart of the people must first be reached by the feelings of the people, and this is possible only to him whose imagination enables him to picture himself in the same condition as others, and thus awaken his latent feelings and sympathies and understanding. Thus it is seen that the imagination touches not only our intellectual life, but also our emotional nature. Imagination is the very life of the soul. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. The Feelings. In thinking of the mind and its activities, we are accustomed to the general idea that the mental processes are chiefly those of intellect, reason, thought. But, as a fact, the greater part of the mental activities are those concerned with feeling and emotion. The intellect is the youngest child of the mind, and while making its presence strenuously known in the manner of all youngest children, so that one is perhaps justified in regarding it as the whole thing in the family, nevertheless it plays but a comparatively small part in the general work of the mental family. The activities of the feeling side of life greatly outnumber those of the thinking side, are far stronger in their influence and effect as a rule, and, in fact, so colour the intellectual processes, unconsciously, so as to constitute their distinctive quality, except in the case of a very few advanced thinkers. But there is a difference between feeling and emotion, as the terms are employed in psychology. The former is the simple phase, the latter the complex. Generally speaking, the resemblance or difference is akin to that existing between sensation and perception, as explained in a previous chapter. Beginning with the simple, in order later on to reach the complex, we shall now consider that which is known as simple feeling. The term feeling, as used in this connection in psychology, has been defined as the simple agreeable or disagreeable side of any mental state. These agreeable or disagreeable sides of mental states are quite distinct from the act of knowing which accompanies them. One may perceive and thus know that another is speaking to him and be fully aware of the words being used and of their meaning. Ordinarily, and so far as pure thought processes are concerned, This would complete the mental state. But we must reckon on the feeling side as well as on the thinking side of the mental state. Accordingly, we find that the knowledge of the words of the other person and the meaning thereof results in a mental state agreeable or disagreeable. In the same way, the reading of the words of a book, the hearing of a song, or a sight or scene perceived may result in a more or less strong feeling, agreeable or disagreeable. This sense of agreeable or disagreeable consciousness is the essential characteristic of what we call feeling. It is very difficult to explain feeling except in its own terms. We know very well what we mean, or what another means, when it is said that we or he feels sad, or has a joyous feeling, or a feeling of interest. And yet we shall find it very hard to explain the mental state except in terms of feeling itself. Our knowledge depends entirely upon our previous experience of the feeling. As an authority says, if we have never felt pleasure, pain, fear, or sorrow, a quarto volume cannot make us understand what such a mental state is. Every mental state is not distinguished by strong feeling. There are certain mental states which are concerned chiefly with intellectual effort, and in which all trace of feeling seems to be absent, unless, as some have claimed, the feeling of interest, or the lack of same, is a faint form of the feeling of pleasure or pain. Habit may dull the feeling of a mental state until it is apparently neutral, but there is generally a faint feeling of like or dislike still left. The elementary forms of feeling are closely allied with those of simple sensation. But experiments have revealed that there is a distinction in consciousness. It has been discovered that one is often conscious of the touch of a heated object before he is of the feeling or pain resulting from it. Psychologists have pointed out another distinction, namely, when we experience a sensation, we are accustomed to refer it to the outside thing which is the object of it, as when we touch the heated object. But when we experience a feeling, we instinctively refer it to ourselves, as when the heated object gives us pain. As an authority has said, my feelings belong to me, but my sensations seem to belong to the object which caused them. Another proof of the difference and distinction between sensation and feeling is the fact that the same sensation will produce different feelings in different persons experiencing the former, even at the same time. For instance, the same sight will cause one person to feel elated and the other depressed. The same words will produce a feeling of joy in one and a feeling of sorrow in another. The same sensation will produce different feelings in the same person at different times. An authority well says, you drop your purse and you see it lying on the ground as you stoop to pick it up, with no feeling either of pleasure or pain. But if you see it after you have lost it and have hunted for it a long time in vain, you have a pronounced feeling of pleasure. There is a vast range of degree and kind in feeling. Gordy says, all forms of pleasure and pain are called feelings. Between the pleasure which comes from eating a peach and that which results from solving a difficult problem, of learning good news of a friend, or thinking of the progress of civilization, between the pain that results from a cut in the hand and that which results from the failure of a long cherished plan or the death of a friend, there is a long distance. But the one group are all pleasures, the other all pains, and whatever the source of the pleasure or pain, it is alike feeling. There are many different kinds of feelings. Some arise from sensations of physical comfort or discomfort, some from purely physiological conditions, others from the satisfaction of accustomed tastes, or the dissatisfaction arising from the stimulation of unaccustomed tastes, others from the presence or absence of comfort, others from the presence or absence of things or persons for whom we have an affection or liking. Overindulgence often transforms the feeling of pleasure into that of pain, and, likewise, habit and practice may cause us to experience a pleasurable feeling from that which formerly inspired feeling of an opposite kind. Feelings also differ in degree. That is to say, Some things cause us to experience pleasurable feelings of a greater intensity than do others, and some cause us to experience painful feelings of a greater intensity than do others. These degrees of intensity depend more or less upon the habit or experience of the individual. As a general rule, feeling may be classified into one, those arising from physical sensations, and two, those arising from ideas. The feelings depending upon physical sensations arise either from inherited tendencies and inclinations or from acquired habits and experience. It is an axiom of the evolutionary school that any physical activity that has been a habit of the race, long continued, becomes an instinctive, pleasure giving activity in the individual. For instance, the race, for many generations, was compelled to hunt, fish, travel, swim, etc., in order to maintain existence. The result is that we, the descendants, are apt to find pleasure in the same activities as sport, games, exercise, etc. Many of our tendencies and feelings are inherited in this way. To these we have added many acquired habits of physical activity which follow the same rule, that is, that habit and practice impart more or less pleasurable feeling. We find more pleasure in doing those things which we can do easily or quite well than in the opposite kind of things. The feelings, depending upon ideas, may also arise from inheritance. Many of our mental tendencies and inclinations have come down to us from the past. There are certain feelings that are born in one without a doubt. That is to say, there is a great capacity for such feelings which will be transformed into manifestation upon the presentation of the proper stimulus. Other mental feelings depend upon our individual past experience, association, or suggestions from others, upon our past environment, in fact. The ideals of those around us will cause us to experience pleasure or pain, as the case may be, under certain circumstances. The force of suggestion along these lines is very strong indeed. Not only do we experience feelings in response to present sensations, but the recollection of some previous experience will also arouse feeling. In fact, feelings of this kind are closely bound up with memory and imagination. Persons of vivid imagination are apt to feel far more than others. They suffer more and enjoy more. Our sympathies, which depend largely upon our imaginative power, are the cause of many of our feelings of this kind. Many of the facts which we generally ascribe to feeling are really part of the phenomena of emotion, the latter being the more complex phase of feeling. For purposes of this consideration, we have regarded simple feeling as the raw material of emotion, the relation being compared to that existing between sensation and perception. In our consideration of emotion, we shall see the fuller manifestation of feeling and its more complex expressions. End of chapter 10. End
I don't think you could get people to go to war if they knew a lot about a lot of things. I don't think you could get people to go to war if they knew a lot about a lot of things.
Exploding instead.
mother to teach you the weirding way, to crush the Harkonnen. We must do more than this. We must totally destroy all spice production on Arrakis. The Guild and the entire universe depends on spice. He who can destroy a thing controls the thing. I will take 100 of your warriors and train them. This 100 will train the thousands that remain. When the spice will
actual facts. The ghetto reacts to warfare. Rare bullets miss you by your hair. Survival of the fittest. Hell for the three-time losers. The prisoners of enemy maneuvers. Hold down the fort, cause life is short enough to get it taken. Forsaken where your mental plane's breaking. Concealing a 4-pound with every area we surround. Cause clown, I get down for my crown. Take you to the streets for the honor and respect. Connect the lethal. Plus my young guns are unbeatable. Aiding in the bed and the foul is a violation. That's why my retaliation is premeditation. The invitation is to run with a crew you can't do. And too great to infiltrate from a nickel plate. I state this be the illest ever known on a rush. Swerving with the crush. Into the world of shiesty individuals, a troubled man stalked by criminals, creeping through the city. I stop on the block to chat with thugs, pump all the drugs for Fat Cat. Stepping off the set now, hand on my tool, thinking how bad I wanna flip on that fool. Times are wasting, chasing these punks for petty loot, when there's a real mission to execute. I put the plan in effect, forget what you heard, when you get the word from first and third. For real, I got the famine on my soldiers to feed, with the Yardy gunslingers on stash puffing weed. Envision the prison that I walk through, leaving any witness when I'm about to handle my business. No escape from the duct tape and artillery. Now tell me, big man, where's the money? Ain't a damn thing funny. And you don't stop, keep it on to the early morn. Get that loot as we execute. DJ Crush and CEO Smooth on a move to make cash. Keeping it live, 'cause only the strong survive. Like this show, and you don't stop. CEO Smooth, hit me off, kid. Cops play for medals, killers play for corners. In the middle, all your sons and all your daughters. Who gives the orders to chaos and mayhem? Who has the proper guidance in mind to save them from this cold world of heartless ghetto dwellers? Pimps to prostitutes and dope sellers. Fellas, strive to be the lead, not follow. Ladies, you can be the queens of tomorrow. Dig it, I want all that and more for my peeps in the struggle to shelter. Food, clothing, and shelter is essential to maintain the hardcore from the soft that push me to the edge, but I can't fall off. My battlegrounds keep the sounds of babies crying, gunshots and cursing. Can you feel my real? Here's the deal. By any means necessary, go all out and keep this live, 'cause only the strong survive. True that, don't you knew that? Only the strong survive. True that, don't you knew that? Only the strong survive. DJ Crush on your zigga zigga, can't get no bigger.
Yes, yes. You know we don't stop, we keep on. Keep it on for our hands, but try to rip it, but you can't. Why? You keep me going, baby, round and round. Yeah.
Yo, hip hop's the art, and yo, the docs represent. We play a major part.
Major part.
Some still ain't feeling what you're all about.
They try to play tricks on your ass, but they fail to realize that you were built to last. The name is E-Live, I'm out to make papes, you maybe saw me on stage or just heard me on your radio, blazing on your stereo. Dues, I still pay him, yo, it's lyrical, about to change your whole scenario. It's 11, on the rough, I intend too much swing, my flow is full of limbs, it's getting out of hand, they let a nigga in. Y'all gotta understand that I got the bigger plan, the Dutch land celebrate, y'all give up the loot, take them punk ass crews and start giving them the boot. They rotten from the root, weak rhymes make me sick, I got whack MCs hanging like the balls on my dick, and they jiggling. See me at a party, I am mingling. Bacardi Lemon for my boys and women friends. I'm content, as long as MCs front no more. Because once and for all, I'm about to settle the score. Step out that door once more, it's time to get paid. Like special ed, I got it made, but I'm on a crusade and call static and soldier. And attract crowds cause I'm magnetic, like Ultra. And leaving no doubts cause I'm the MC assassin. Lyrics are clashing, make the pain lasting. And I got people asking, hey yo, who is he? I'm that E-Life MC, and y'all can ask BDP about my philosophy.
Check it out, now.
You keep me going, baby, round and round.
Round and
Yo,
round.
hip hop's the art, and yo, the docs represent. We play a major part.
A major part.
Some still ain't feeling what you're all about.
They try to play tricks on your ass, but they fail to realize that you were built to last. Have you ever ripped stages like your name was Jack? Have you ever ripped places that were totally packed? You haven't seen nothing yet. Y'all grab the microphone and be somebody's clone. Y'all should leave that shit alone. Y'all fake like silicones, got me digging in my valve, and got me acting wild like a newborn child. Hey yo, some rappers try to test me almost every other day. Better act like a DJ and fade that shit away. Word is born, it's that E-Train. You better hop on. If you bought yourself a token, you allowed to come along. I'll be the lexicon and spread out. Whether I be in a small room or large hall, I'll put your head out and I'll be on a stakeout. Smack your step, the layout. Even your reverb's gotta check out. And rap ain't no joke, the wrong nigga to provoke. I cut rap with razor blades and sniffed it up like coke. Hip hop's the illest though, and everybody wants to shine. Attack from behind and poison in the bloodline. You play the sideline, I done told 1,000,000 times. I bum rush the stage and buck you when you rhyme. Thought you knew, hip hop ain't a thing that you do, kid. You breathe it and live it, discuss it with your crew. Those who know, I salute. Spill some Heineken brew for Ida Crush and the Charming crew.
You rest in peace.
You keep me going, baby, round and round.
Round and
Yo,
round.
hip hop's the art, and yo, the docs represent. We play a major
Play
part.
a major part, yo.
Some still ain't feeling what you're all about.
They try to play tricks on your ass, but they fail to realize that you were built to last.
To laugh.
You keep me going, baby, round and
Can't live
round.
without
Yo,
you.
hip hop's the art, and yo, the docs represent. We play a major part.
You don't stop.
Some still ain't feeling what you're all about.
They try to play tricks on your ass, but they fail to realize that you were built to last.
Built to last. Some will never understand. They don't know what you're about. But you got us going round and round and round and round. Yeah, felt you from the start. Hip hop's the art. Hey yo, committee guns play the biggest part. What?
it was only yesterday. Stargates, wondering, will I be front page? Will I live to see my grandkids or die at young age? Will I be hot like the sun and find a spot in the shade? I kept the faith, I knew there would be days like this. I'd never doubt my own abilities. Brother, you wish, storm this biz. The rhyme and the beat would never clash. Cause music was my first love and it'll be my last. Even as a kid, when I couldn't even write, I would make up some songs and use my thumb for a mic. Pretend I was a crowd, I was the star of the show. But moms came in my room, so it was time for me to go. I had a rough time growing up with my moms. I don't care for my pop, cause we never had a bond. He's far gone, I'm stronger because of you. Stronger than you, I paid dues. I win, you lose, I wonder why.
My life's never the story you were. My life don't give you more than you get.
You know you can't deny.
You can't deny you have to carry on. Feel so strong, I keep holding on.
Y'all remember me when my name still wasn't free? When we all had to get down in the place to be? When we had this little crew called DSP. Before you went to see the doctor with Kool Moe D. It was all new to me. Behind mic standing, devastate dancing. Basketball sneakers with tight pants in. No doubt. We was moving the crowd, had enough styles. The minute we hit the spotlights, we turned the party out. It wasn't all good back then. We did a little something, a little hustling, a little snow cutting, cops fronting. But rap took me out of there. I look around, I see none of my peers. They out of here. I wonder why.
My life's never the story you were.
You wonder why.
My life don't give you more than you give. You can't deny you have to carry on.
Say what?
Feel so strong, I keep holding on.
Now here's the deal. Look how fast these times went by. 91, I'm hooking up with Miss T.O.O.Y. Since then, we fly high. You're looking up in the sky. See us passing by. We mark the start of an era. It's all clearer. You in the rear, stop fronting and use your head. It's the committee spreading lead and putting heads to bed. While you be on the verge of madness, we taking trips to Miami instead. I'll be gunslinging until the sign starts singing. One of the horsemen, I rock the 100-gram pinning and rock that fly linen. What you thinking? Your eyes blinking. I wonder why.
My life's never the story you wish you were.
You wonder why.
My life don't give you more than you give.
You know you can't deny.
You can't deny you have to carry on. Feel so strong, I keep holding on. My life's never the story you wish.
You wonder why.
My life don't give you more than you give.
You can't deny.
You can't deny you have to carry on.
Say what?
Feel so strong,
No doubt.
keep holding on.
There's no remorse. I've had it with these industry whores. Niggas keep on sucking dick, talk about opening doors. Now what the fuck is yours? It's time to explore and venture and find out who's the one in real danger. It's anger running through the blood red veins in my eyes. No surprise, I inflict your pain. It's my domain. It's simple and plain like raising Cain. Shit's complex like the structures in my brain. It's live, no disguise, get wild. Realize you're grabbing mics equals microphone dies. Say yo, I'm falling. Reverse style, way up to the sky. No Mr. Nice Guy, here come Mr. High. Here's why. We just some dot workers making mad figures. Rock mics drinking liquors instead of pulling triggers. Niggas getting suspicious. Try to catch the fish. Got missing DCS backing me up on this mission. Listen, in addition, there ain't no use chasing. The doc sensation, breaking hearts and reputation. It's not amazing that we rock various spots. Hey yo, give up your cellular because I'm calling the shot. I want the cash, cause I be on that low money tip. I want that 850 Beamer and all that other shit. Word, either way, I'm gonna get my own crib. Bustin' rhymes or doing crimes. Illegal or legit, I don't care, kid. Cause I be lounging on my veranda. Fit like Jane Fonda, doing wheelies on a Honda. Buffing the ganja and close my eyes. Recognize. They don't want us, they can never run up on us. The doc stuff gunners, we get stack with honors, we leave traces on every man in different places. The screw faces, we stack with honors. They don't want us, they could never run upon us. The dots stuck on us, we get stacked with honors. We leave traces on every man in different places. The screw faces, they don't want us.
This be the documents I wrote when I begin. I know you out of oxygen. I won't allow somebody coming down to touch my skin. It's suffering, mismurdering. You heard of him? Saying on my shoulder, dreaded soldier. I told ya, postman's roots and culture. Come down on dead MCs like a vulture. It's natural, that's the actual, exceptional. Militant, shit stolen from the two of us. This shit ain't new to us. They're not equivalent.
Why you bustin'? The lyrical accidents. Don't leave a front, I got your demo tape as evidence. Don't try competing with the bride of damn residents. The man total confidence in your arguments. Feel the adrenaline, watching your anatomy. I know you're stressing, kid, cause you know you can't follow these. But still, I see some niggas acting like they crazy. Hit the bride of damn stage and they become MIA. It's waves, once in space, mentally wrecked. Untouched like Robert Stack or the Virgin on my neck. Yo, D, hit the decks, I'll do the microphone checks and go all out. And show these niggas what we all about. No doubt, fuck us now, this ain't no garden of Eden. You left bleeding if you grab the mic and start competing.
The docs, nigga.
Giving you exactly what you need. African, European, believing the system didn't work from the get-go. Babylon got me trapped cause my mind is the ghetto. So why you try to do it? I thought you learned your lesson. Stop guessing if you got the hard sword guessing. My style different, I got you bitching like this Biggie. Begging me for one more chance like I was Biggie. My man's with me, we running things, punishing. One time for your mind, a million times wondering. They don't want us, they can never run upon us. The dots stuck on us, we get stacked with honors. We leave traces on every man in different places. The screw faces, we stack with honors. They don't want us, they can never run upon us. The dots stuck on us, we get stacked with honors. We leave traces on every man in different places. The screw faces, they don't want us.
They don't want us.
Word up. I know you don't want us. We the dots stuck gunners.
Don't run up on us.
Word up. No doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
Yes, yes. You know we don't stop, we keep on. Over you.
Don't seem to know there's nothing you can do. I'm way ahead of you, and I don't really care.
You don't know.
You think you can touch this time? I'll be right there. Be right there.
All things considered, you got lost minutes, lost hours, days, weeks, years of work in it. Got head first in it, got open wide with it. Fell into the bottomless pit, survived in it. Wanna hop on this bus, kid? We lack the trust. Lack of every needy ingredient, that's a must. Now you're sizing us, cause you couldn't prevail. Ain't no surviving us, you better keep that ass concealed. Now fuck what you feel, we lost the vibe in here. Pioneer with them other cats who nice with theirs. Yo, I done proved it, none of y'all's prepared. I got niggas losing it, that start to break out in tears. While I never cried, and believe me, I tried. Instead of H2O, blood is pouring out of my eyes. It's burning, I'm fired up, all of y'all fried up. I'm in the sky up, witness with your tongue tied up. The pure breed, I run this marathon with ease. The rap athlete, your 100-meter dash indeed. Listen big, nah God, let the vocal cords bleed. Never fall off, I stand firm on both 2 feet. Why? I buck your ass back to where you hide out. I wild out like a convict on his first night out. Rock crowd, soon coming to a town near you. Slide through with the attitude, stacking that loot. Come on. couldn't care. You the hottest MC to represent your block. I got it locked for years. Now y'all claim to be peers. All I know is that this shit is the hottest shit out there. I watch my back, got a vision 3D. See enemies creeping in fatigues, trying to seize. Bitch, please. I've been nice with days before you even heard of DVDs, CDs, and MP3s. You know it. Air Maxed out, the shine's loud. Catch me. Hop on a train when I feel underground. Yo, a day passes by with no worries about. I can hate, pop an air, and sip water till I drown. Scuba out my way out. You'll never catch me off guard. Use a retard if you think that you couldn't get scarred. The trunk of the car is where you end up. Y'all got it coming, is it dawning? I got 11 slugs with your names on it. Ain't that something? You had to push my button. You had to aim for the sky. You ended up with nothing, and you're still fronting. And that's funny to me. Better lose the ignorance. I'm way ahead of your league. I'm a big break. To me, like the Z to the grand. You could bring the armor and tanks. You won't fit these ranks. It's the other plan. Optician, clearing your sight. Vision blurred, right? I'ma let you slide for the night. Black radio to supporters, black television, black people giving orders. We met the Spice Girls, the 3 white girls. Make them all turn pregnant, so we change the white world. Is it because now there's black men involved and in charge? They're getting large in the haystack, laid back in the Volvo cars. You little crumb store artists, think you the hardest. Re-roll your flesh dish, finesse our product as it's shipped out harbors. Times got heavy like the weight on the guns I carry. Money's a bitch, but it stuns I'm merry. Now they fear cause it's MCs on it. Shit's the breeze on it. I think in the mouth, I stay in the stomach. Annihilated, this Billy back here configurated. Your whole vibe and styles is outdated. Rhymes related, yours you know we live slated. 2 years from now, people yelling, nigga made it. Gunman, we stun man, soon to be money man. This game's like the Olympics, start copying gold medals in. Young guns and veterans, we can start settling. You just a could have been, we all start rattling. John F. Kennedy style, blow out your skull, blow out your skill. Your whole fucking family's getting ill. Now who the nigga who won it? I fertilize your whole mental and physical systematically. You acting who done it?
I miss it, rude. Why you hear what I say? The spectacle was meant for us to get the way. Stand by your guard when the truth are prepared. Reach for your high evil eyes of the stand. Hey, rude. Why you hear what I say? The spectacle was meant for us to get the way. Stand by your guard when the truth are prevail. If I'm the greatest keeper, not standing in this way. Oh.
You wonder why. Don't worry, there'll be more days to come. You're living in the crisis, waiting for the renaissance. Extraordinary, we very legendary, the sun. We said to wait until the judgment come. Firearms, let off shots, po-po. You know it's getting hot. The freaking real hip-hop. We be the cream of the crop. Hey, yo, I almost forgot. A new kid on the block got shot. That's what happened when you front underdogs. Fuck the next street. We cruising through the black street. Try to make ends meet by filling out some track sheets. You seem to be in, but soon I push the Bentley. The S80, what's your name?
It went from games to war, from small beef to blood stains on the floor. Street law, double the locks on your door. What has been, there ain't no more. All you heard was a brawl, and the eye of the barrel was the last thing you saw.
You're winning down.
You're left in the cold, misses untold.
Surprise those winning down.
You probably don't know.
Hey yo, it's your time to go.
When guns blow, specters info. So when in doubt, we shall explain the sequel. A 99.
Why you hear what I say? The spent the conquer was meant for us to get away. Stand by your guard when the truth are prepared. Reach for your hide, evil eyes of the same. Hey, rude. Why you hear what I say? The spent the conquer was meant for us to get away. Stand by your guard when the truth are prevail. If I'm a brother's keeper, not standing in his way. Oh.
Arzak est un monde, une planète, un système. Mais, en ce temps-là, c'était autre chose encore. Un homme, un guerrier du désert, devenu une légende à demi oubliée. Le désert B était son royaume. Et l'on disait que le centre de ce désert sans fin était l'ombre que laissait le grand ptéroïde blanc sur le sable aveuglant. La mission du guerrier était de rétablir l'ordre magique, l'harmonie et le vide parfait qui devait régner en ce lieu. Certains lieux, comme par exemple la tour de l'âme des vents, avec son œil noir ouvert comme une porte sur les dimensions invisibles, demandaient des inspections fréquentes. C'est dans ces moments-là que le guerrier devait choisir son arme la plus tranchante. Celle qui rétablit l'harmonie du monde par la simple émission d'une mélodie appropriée. Arzak est un monde, une planète, un système. Mais c'est aussi et surtout un homme. C'est le guerrier solitaire du désert B, le gardien du silence. Le désert B, sans début ni fin, où la vie se cache sous le moindre grain de sable, où le danger guette sous chaque caillou, parfois dans la forme même d'un rocher. Qui peut bien habiter dans un lieu aussi déshérité? Un ermite? Une princesse? Hein? Le désert B est un théâtre permanent. C'est la mort qui y frappe les trois coups.
Entre.
C'est une princesse.
Je ne veux pas que tu subisses le sort de ton bel oiseau blanc. Je suis la maîtresse des lieux, j'ai chassé les ombres de cette demeure.
Je m'appelle Arzak.
Arzak, tu es bien celui que j'attendais dans mes rêves.
Je me réveille avec une angoisse mortelle. La pièce est plongée dans l'ombre. Les bougies se sont toutes éteintes durant notre sommeil. Mais je vois encore suffisamment. Et ce que je vois ne me plaît pas du tout. Il est vrai que dans une pièce obscure, notre corps ne fait aucune ombre. Mais j'ai besoin du soleil.
Pauvre fou, tu as laissé entrer la lumière?
J'avais le choix. La même fin horrible ou quelques secondes de vie supplémentaires avant l'écrasement plus bas. L'aube se lève sur le désert B. Chaque grain de sable cache un danger. Chaque pierre peut être un piège mortel. Le temps ne détruit pas tout. Il n'est qu'une route sans fin. Une trace à peine visible dans la poussière du souvenir. La route sans fin, la poussière. Tout y était ce jour-là. Et puis, il y a eu un grain de sable dans cette belle mécanique. Un grain de sable rouge comme le sang. Un regard bleu comme les mémoires de l'eau. Ce regard bleu, c'était comme une musique. Il y a des jours comme ça où le trafic est intense sur la route 88. On y voit un peu trop de locomotives vert concombre, conduites par des chauffeurs masqués. Mais tout le monde finit toujours par se retrouver au Stardust Café. Où donc était Regard Bleu? Un bougalou crème brûlant. Rien de tel pour nouer le contact. Salut. Je m'appelle Arzak. Regard Bleu. Je savais pourquoi j'avais pris cette clé. Je n'avais plus qu'un désir. Me noyer. Me noyer dans l'eau bleue. L'eau bleue de son regard. La route 88 est comme le temps. Elle détruit presque tout. Mais ce sont les souvenirs qui partent les premiers en poussière.
Personne ne sait si le désert B existe vraiment, ni toutes ces légendes à propos d'un guerrier solitaire chevauchant un blanc ptéroïde dans le vide du silence. On parle aussi de monstres sans nom, de pièges morbides et de scorpions électriques. Mon nom est Soran. Mon destin est de réparer des mécanismes que je ne comprends pas et de sauver des êtres que je ne verrai jamais. À bord de mon scooter pendulaire, je sillonne les allées sans fin du jardin carnivore. Je prends... Ce que je déteste le plus dans ce métier de réparatrice, ce sont les triclots. Ils sont si imprévisibles. Oh, aussi prévisibles. Oh, c'est bien ce que je pensais. La pointe de jonction s'est émoussée et le cristal a viré au bleu. Mission accomplie. Qu'ai-je fait au juste? Pulvériser un monstre, déjouer un piège, écarter l'attaque d'un scorpion? Le désherbé existe-t-il?
Encore loupé! Combien nous reste-t-il de sauterelles explosives?
Il nous en reste 2.
Alors tâche de ne pas louper ce coup-ci!
Non! Mais c'est l'autre qui arrête pas de bouger.
Oh, Ridan, Maridan, je t'en supplie, ne laisse pas cette bonne nourriture se perdre! Catastrophe! Mon estomac gargouille!
Et le mien aussi.
Il faut faire quelque chose! Va plus vite que je l'assomme à coups de trombone!
Impossible, ton stéroïde est plus rapide. Je ne vois qu'une solution. Lançons-lui notre serpent-flèche.
Prends garde, l'effet du venin est toujours...
Imprévisible. Alors, ça vient, j'ai faim, moi, j'ai faim. moi.
Patience, Maridan, j'installe le four à nano-ondes!
Mais grouille-toi.
Rien, pas de réaction. C'est ça que j'aime pas avec les serpents-flèches. Ça fait dormir la nourriture. Si ça se trouve, il est en train de faire un joli rêve.
Où suis-je?
Entre et prends place à côté de moi. Regardons le cube ensemble.
Le cube?
Laisse-toi faire. Ne sois pas effrayé.
J'ai compris. C'est le venin du serpent-flèche qui me donne des hallucinations.
J'aime les humains perspicaces.
J'ai commencé la cuisson.
Ah, pas trop tôt, hein, je suis sur le point de tomber de l'inanition.
Mais ces deux affreux s'apprêtent à consommer mon corps réel. Que comptes-tu faire pour les arrêter?
Je ne suis que l'esprit du venin. Il n'y a que toi qui puisse te sortir d'affaire.
Mais comment?
Agis.
J'ai mis la cuisson à feu doux, faut attendre. Le thermostat à 180 degrés, c'est meilleur.
Ah, ça suffit, hein, je suis prête à manger cru, moi. Je me fiche du thermostat.
Mais Ridan, enfin, écoute... Hé, que se passe-t-il?
Oh, la
Au
descente.
secours!
Un serpent
Passe-moi une
La
corde!
nourriture.
Perdu à jamais! Tire-moi de là!
Ah, j'ai faim. J'ai faim. J'ai faim. J'ai faim.
have a question for you. Of course. What is the truth?
We place faith in ourselves. We see the world the way it really is, and hope that one day all mankind might see the same.
What is the world, then?
An illusion. One which we can either submit to, as most do, or transcend.
What is it to transcend?
To recognize nothing is true and everything is permitted. That laws arise not from
Certaines nuits
divinity but
hivernales,
reason.
le désert
I
paix
understand now that our
voit
faith does not
ressurgir les
command
chants
us to
d'herbes
be free.
serpents.
It commands us to be wise.
Sous les deux lunes de la planète étrange, les colonnes de corail lancent alors dans l'atmosphère parfumée des milliards de flocons de vie. Cette nuit-là, perché sur un vestige ancien, le spectacle de ces étoiles à peine nées, et déjà promises à la voracité, voilait mon cœur de guerrier. J'en tirai une mélodie qui se posa sur les pulsations cardiaques du monstre. Depuis quand était-il là, suspendu à la vieille hache, aspiré par les herbes carnivores? Je savais par contre qu'il allait mourir, et que je ne pouvais rien pour lui, à part jouer sur les derniers battements de son énorme cœur. À part laisser le rêve des étoiles s'insinuer en moi par vagues grises. Cette nuit-là, c'est l'âme des étoiles qui me visita. Quand tout fut terminé pour le grand singe, le rêve s'enfonça à jamais dans de noires profondeurs. Le désert paix pouvait retourner à sa nature cruelle. Le silence.
En ce temps-là, ma main se posait sur votre épaule. En ce temps-là, ces nuages dorés me plaisaient tant. Ils couraient dans vos yeux, libres comme l'air, et nos regards l'un dans l'autre s'enlaçaient comme le vent s'enlace avec le vent. Mais c'était dans le temps, il y a longtemps, quand nous avions en ce temps-là le temps. Libre comme l'air.
Le tort est-il en vue? Pas encore, Master Snowball. Cessez de m'éjarder. Je ne m'éjarde pas, Master de l'Anneau. Je survole le vaisseau. Ne perdons pas de temps. Cette attaque de Protoglobos m'inquiète. Nous reprendrons la communication par la console du sarcophage. Ah, c'est Propolens. Quel fichu caractère. Je me demande si mon contrat prévoit la lutte contre les Protoglobos. Effectivement, c'est grave. Les Protoglobos ont commencé leur danse de la prolifération. Arzak, ça y est? Vous êtes installé? Confirmatif. Enclenchez les machinaux. Machinaux enclenchés. Mise en stationnement orbital. En orbite. Entamons la thérapie. Arzak, injectez la formobenzine.
Vous êtes fou de l'anneau? Vous voulez transformer la déesse en légumes ou quoi?
Rejoignons la console principale. Mon cher Snowball, la déesse se moque des effets secondaires.
Ah oui? Et en quel honneur?
La déesse est la déesse, et donc bien au-dessus des effets secondaires.
Elle n'est pourtant pas à l'abri des Protoglobos.
Arzak, où en est la situation? De pire en pire. Il faut prendre une décision.
Vous avez entendu?
Trop tard, les Protoglobos débordent.
Et voilà, par votre faute, la 9e déesse va mourir.
Comment ça, par ma faute?
Vous nous avez mis dans le pétrin.
Vous avez une meilleure solution?
Bien sûr, il faut un flash violent de Diamolotron.
Quoi? Vous voulez la griller comme une aubergine? Mais vous êtes fou, Snowball!
Grave accusation qui mérite ce coup vieille. Oui.
Une riposte rapide. Une.
Oui. Sombre traître.
Saboteur sans vergogne.
Propulse.
Biafra se termine ici. Le silence du désert B recouvre déjà le souvenir de la 9e déesse d'un linceul d'oubli. Par le sable infini, il est temps de conclure un nouveau contrat. La 10e déesse.
Before you go, I have a question for you. Of course. What is the truth?
We place faith in ourselves. We see the world the way it really is, and hope that one day all mankind might see the same.
What is the world, then?
An illusion, one which we can either submit to, as most do, or transcend.
What is it to transcend?
C'est tout à fait lui.
Voyez comme il ouvre les yeux.
Je suis convaincu. Mais la tête ne me suffit pas. Il me faut le corps, l'oiseau et surtout l'esprit.
C'est la deuxième phase de l'opération, Divin King. Mon assistante Pearl va sous-charger grâce à l'arme secrète que j'ai cachée en elle.
Je devine où tu l'as caché. Ramène-moi ce que je t'ai demandé, ou sinon, j'ai ta tête qui tombera.
Oh mon King, Arzak sera à toi.
Quelle merveilleuse soirée. Est-il vrai, chevalier, que l'on vous surnomme le guerrier silencieux?
Quand je survole le désert uniquement.
C'est vrai. L'auberge des Monts Verts est l'antidote au silence.
Il ne reste plus qu'à activer le piège.
Je m'attendais à une proie plus coriace.
Rien ne résiste à mon savoir transcendant.
Attention, la facilité est un fruit au noyau mortel.
Au diable les noyaux et contemplons ensemble l'efficacité de mon suceur d'esprit.
Chevalier, je succombe à votre romantisme.
Cette tête mécanique sera bientôt animée d'une vraie vie.
Et en mon pouvoir.
Totalement et définitivement, mon King. Et voilà, il est à nous. Il ne nous reste plus qu'à verrouiller les synapses. Facile. Stupéfiante facilité. Attention, regardez bien, mon King. Je pousse le curseur. C'est terminé, oh mon King. Grâce à cette réplique, votre conquête du pouvoir sera tellement facile. Bon, guerrier, incline-toi devant moi. Je veux dire devant notre King.
Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Tu as échoué? Je t'avais dit de faire attention au noyau.
J'étais sans nouvelles de la maîtresse des lieux. Une visite à la tour nuageuse s'imposait. Beluga? Beluga? Un meurtre? À l'intérieur de la tour nuageuse? La maîtresse des lieux devait être en danger. Qui était le coupable? Et où se cachait-il? L'ascenseur? En panne? Le robot gardien? Lui aussi? Un bout des sables? La maîtresse des lieux prisonnière? Relâche-la.
C'est toi le fameux Arzak?
C'est moi. Ma mission est de protéger la maîtresse des lieux.
Il y a eu un petit changement de propriétaire.
Connais-tu le nom secret du désert P?
Je n'ai pas besoin de le connaître. Retourne sur ton poulet survoler ton tas de cailloux. Pauvre fou! Où es-tu? Cesse de siffler dans ton maudit tuyau.
Quand on commet des crimes magiques, on s'expose à des sanctions ensorcelées. Disparais maintenant. Disparais dans le nuage. Et ne reviens plus jamais.
Je viens de terminer le procès verbal. C'est ici qu'il faut signer. Cette intervention a été une vraie réussite. Prenez soin de vous.
Arzak, je t'ai fait venir car la situation est grave. Noshka a été enlevée.
Noshka?
Notre seule piste est l'empreinte du djinn.
Noshka?
Qui est amoureux d'elle. Il la dévore de ses 3 yeux venimeux.
Gouverneur Block, avez-vous les coordonnées de la clé interplan du djinn?
Les voici, Arzak. Je n'ai qu'une seule exigence, guerrier solitaire. Ramener Noshka vivante.
Arzak, je sais que c'est toi. Rends-moi ma clé. Tu ne sortiras pas d'ici vivant. Arzak, arrête. C'est inutile, je t'aurai. Arzak. Ah, je te tiens. Où?
Je ne m'habituerai jamais à ces passages interplans. Noshka?
Qui es-tu, toi?
Je suis Arzak, le guerrier du désert B. Et toi, tu es Noshka?
C'est bien moi. Tu viens me délivrer?
C'est le gouverneur Block qui m'envoie.
Qui me prouve que tu n'es pas avec le djinn?
Noshka, combien ai-je Dieu?
2.
Tu vois, tu n'as rien à craindre de moi. Viens maintenant. Je dois te ramener chez toi.
Mais comment? Je suis prisonnière.
Tu peux sortir à tout moment de ta prison. Il suffit simplement de le vouloir.
Trop tard, voici le djinn. Vite, le voilà.
Regarde, Noshka. Regarde comment ma clé va nous ouvrir les portes de ce monde.
Oh, un oiseau.
Reviens! Rends-moi celle que j'aime! Noshka, ne m'abandonne pas!
Arzak, emmène-moi loin de ce vilain monstre.
Oh non!
Accroche-toi bien, petite fleur du désert.
Noshka!
Bientôt tu seras chez toi.
Ah, ce jeu est trop nul. Juste au moment où j'allais passer au 22e niveau et mon héros disparaît. Ah, je l'ai. Enfin la solution. Mais... C'est pas possible. Tu devrais être dans le jeu.
C'est toi le crapaud qui m'envoie dans les couloirs interplans?
C'est quoi un crapaud?
J'ai plus envie de jouer. Où est le désert B?
Au bout du 25e niveau.
Pas question. Plus de monstres, plus de corridors. Fais-moi sortir.
La solution se cache dans un livre.
Très bien, le livre.
Il ne restait plus que 3 niveaux.
Silence. CTRL Z. Réactivez le bloc retour. Bien. Bon.
Mais comment êtes-vous arrivé ici?
Rien ne peut m'arrêter.
Rien?
Pas même les concepteurs du jeu. Ah, voilà ma dérivation.
Non!
Je sais bien que l'on ne peut pas se poser. Avec toute cette pluie, la prairie carnivore doit maintenant s'étendre jusqu'à la rivière des 7 dragons. Ah! Redresse! Redresse! Bravo, mon grand. Je sais, il faut trouver un abri. Nous ne devrions pas être loin de l'anneau des cœurs brisés. Ah, et voilà. L'anneau des cœurs brisés. Encore une de ces vieilles légendes du désert B. Tiens. Les plantes ont disparu. Elles fuient le soleil comme les rêves. Tout est redevenu normal. Le désert B à l'infini. Et ces histoires sans queue ni tête. Les rêves du désert B peuvent vous rendre fou. Il faut être un guerrier solitaire, un combattant du vide pour les affronter sans perdre la raison. Mais je risque cette fois de perdre davantage. Une seule solution. Demander conseil aux licornes. Là-bas, au creux du mont Cornu. En passant par le lac vertical. La planète interne. La tour solitaire. La nuit sans fin. À partir de maintenant, tout peut arriver.
Je t'attendais, Arzak. Ton rêve a fait chanter un de mes livres. Vas-y, n'hésite pas. Ici, le hasard est toujours le bon. Tiens, tu vois.
Scarletta. Le nom secret de la maîtresse des lieux.
Quelle folie meurtrière.
C'est moi sa prochaine victime. Je le sais. Le moment est grave. Je dois aller encore plus loin. Retrouver Scarletta et éviter de me faire tuer.
Vous voilà, pile à l'heure. Vous avez le programme? Merci. Vite, les diables s'impatientent.
J'en sais suffisamment. Il est bientôt temps d'agir. Au moment crucial, à cet instant aussi précis que la pointe de mon épée.
Quel programme passionnant. Vas-tu vivre? Vas-tu mourir? La pointe de ton épée a-t-elle changé le cours de ton destin?
Maître Licorne, un guerrier ne doit-il pas maîtriser son destin?
Ah, comme tout cela est amusant. L'union magique de la maîtresse de l'espace et du maître du temps.
Thank